Nice. And yeah, I missed a follow about 20 minutes ago. That guy, Jersey. Thank you for the follow. All right, so getting to what we're doing. Oh, and let me just do this, just in case. If anyone would prefer to lurk on YouTube, here's the link for you. So, the thing that we're working on right now is preceding an initial book with chapters and snippets. And that precede is going to be happening in here. I'm going to format this just a little bit. Oof, yeah, a lot of these look really ugly. Oh. So yeah, can't do that. Let's do some chill synthwave. Almost forgot about that. All right, so the magic of this is that we are using 2 separate ORMs. Yes, it's not ideal. It increases the size of this thing quite a bit. That was just YouTube's recommendation for me. It depends on the song. The one that was just starting is this one. The one before that was some Django Django. But yeah, if you're talking about like songs way before it, you'd have to give me some description of the song, I guess. In the future, if you hear a song you like, just do the ! Song command. And what's up, Krasner? How you doing? So yeah, we got 2 ORMs in this thing. Definitely increases the size of our bundle, but you know what increases the size of our bundle even more? A bunch of WASM. So it's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, for an app like this that has no server, I don't think reducing the bundle size is that important. It's expected to function like an application, not just a web app. All right, so we want to insert into snippets. So here in snippets, anything that does not have a default is something we need to do. And even some of the things that do a default are things we need to modify as well. And I also had the thought that maybe we should just be doing all of this like fixture logic, We should probably do that just in the migration. Then we're good to go. It does mean that if we were to do this in our migrations, as we add fields, that's where we'd have to migrate and add, like, you know, migrate the fixtures themselves, right? Or migrate the fixtures. I think that's fine. So hold on, right? We got the provider here. Now, the reason I like the idea of doing it in the migration is it only runs when the migration runs, right? That's hugely useful. I think an important aspect of that, though, is if we end up wanting to do it inside of our migrations, I think I can't use the SQL stuff. We'd have to actually write that into Kaisley data seeding, right? So let's just write out what we want to do first. Then we can always port it over into something that runs in here. Because, yeah, we started kind of like looking at db dot insert into, right? And then we'd just start like chaining on that. So we'd have to look up their entire like ORM documentation. So yeah, we'll wait on that for now. I at least want to see the data get seeded. That does mean, yep, I need to go look at this. I just want to have it over here. Where I can see it. All right, so ID. Yeah, ID is auto-incrementing. We shouldn't ever have to do that. Oop. And yeah, how you doing, Akavenge? Mr. Sir? Yeah, don't worry about it. You're here now? Alright, so here in snippets. Label. This is going to be chapter ID. Hold on. Dark and stormy night. It was a dark and stormy night. There we go. All right, so chapter ID, label, content. Sort order will start out as 0. It's definitely possible. What you end up needing in front of it is a reverse proxy. Now, transferring authentication, that's the hard part. And that's what you got to figure out at that point. It is definitely possible using a reverse proxy, but that part's tricky. Sort order, created at, modified at. That part just does its thing. Recorded at, processed at, finished at, we probably want to set. So then recorded at... Oops. Sure. All right, so we've done chapter ID, raw recording content. I think that's basically the same thing. So yeah, I'm gonna say we probably have everything we need in there. Ooh, let's do this though. Plus, oh, and we want to do what? 60 times 1,000? Sure, why not? It's gonna look a little weird. We're gonna have dates that are not proper. But okay, so let's see if we can get that to work. So yeah, I'm gonna call reset DB. Nope, we need to actually restart the server. Really? Yeah, I don't know, Seneca. You get hung up on the font, on the tabs, on all sorts of stuff. It's really just boring, man. Your contribution to chat is not great. Interesting. So the Kaisley DB thing didn't actually drop any of that? I'm good. How about you, G-Man? Oof. Ooh, is Kaisley really not doing the migration? Okay, so that would be part of the problem. So yeah. Migrate or migrate to latest does not seem to be doing anything. I don't think it's actually blowing up at all because we would not have even gotten this far. But I do want to see what's in there. RJ, just remember, most people asking that question aren't doing so in a genuine way. They don't actually care about the answer. They just wanted to say something about the font. Same thing about the tabs. Let's just comment that out for now. Oh, but yeah, those actually need to be commented too. So yeah, the Keisley migrator.migrate to latest. I don't see that doing anything. Yeah, we're gonna get that error still. And hey, what's up, Four Wheel? How you doing? And hey, Standard Robot, Mr. Sir. Thanks for the lurk over there. All right. Migration results. Error on delete constraint can only be added for foreign keys. What? Frustrated? Oh, that's a bummer. Why, man? Yeah, so we don't see a foreign key distinction like primary key there. So we can't do that. I think I just have the docs wrong here. So add foreign key, blah, blah, blah. Trying to get an appointment for your roommate. And making the timing work is brutal. Yeah, that's a bummer. Have you considered using something like cal.com? Right? That way people just list their availability. Make that work. Oh, having to use their booking service? Gotcha. Right. So the on delete there. We definitely want Cascade. Yeah, cal.com's really good. I feel like it's gotta be just me misunderstanding what these arguments are. Let's go look at the Kaisley docs and see if we can figure that out easier. All right, so constraint name can be unique, or it can be anything we want, but it has to be unique. No, we're not using TDD for this. But cardiac, all you're doing is seeing our schema generation. Where were you expecting to see a test for this? Again, it seems like you're trolling at this point. Why would you expect to see tests for schema generation? Uh-huh. When you start off with a comment about the font, and then you start off with another comment about TDD for a thing that makes 0 sense to run tests for, it's kind of weird. Do you test your database migrations? No, you just run them and make sure they work. And then you write tests for the actual logic you care about. We're not even done running our migrations. Why would we care about testing them yet? It's just weird, man. How you doing, Rumple? Exactly, Robert Tables. Duh. Jesus Christ. You're definitely trolling now, Cardiac. You're quoting the Agile Manifesto? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, see, he's just trolling. He had that copied right there. Just goodbye. Later, troll. Later, troll. They were just trying to start a debate about TDD. They had a bunch of their BS shoot up from it. They're throwing stuff into ChatGPT so that they can just spam us with giant paragraphs of BS. Yeah, they are disingenuous from the start. It's usually a pretty good heuristic when their first comment is something trolly like the tabs or the font. And yeah, how you doing, Hacky? I guess it's Zacky, right? Right, exactly. Say what again? What? Like, Agile? Mm-hmm. Yeah, just so you guys know, he wins by letting him steer the actual like conversation to that. Right? And that troll actually wins by occupying your mind with this conversation. Oh, hold on. Do I need to add the on delete later? I think I do. Yeah, I need to do the on delete in the callback for the foreign key constraint. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. I get it. I was missing that part of the docs. We're using two things. We're using Drizzle and Kaisley. Kaisley is doing the migrations and our initial like schema setup, and Drizzle is actually doing our querying. Yeah, so that's probably what we're going to do OS Crypto. We're probably going to seed the database with our fixtures in here, but that would require rewriting a bunch of this stuff, right? Because this SQL snippet that we have right here, that is Drizzle. And inside of this, in our migration, that is Kaisley. The reason we're doing it is because they both have integrations for SQ Local. DevDad, yes, that is what the migration specifically is. That's the table generation part. That's the thing we're doing right now. This all runs in the browser. There's no server, so we have to run migrations in the browser as well. Drizzle has no concept of doing that, so we have to use Kaisley for that part. Kaisley has no concept of relationships because it's not an ORM. So to get the best of both worlds, we got to use both. Yeah, Robert Tables. On the Kaisley docs, they even say inspired by Connects or whatever. Right? Boom! Kaisley right there. First paragraph. Type safe and auto-completion friendly TypeScript SQL query builder inspired by Connects. There might be OS Crypto. I didn't see it yet, but we're just not at that part yet. I'd rather make sure our migrations even run first before I actually migrate them, or migrate my seeding into the migration script. So step by step. We're not at the step you're talking about yet. Right now, our migrations weren't even running because we were defining the on-delete constraint in the wrong place. Oh, and yeah, now we're not seeding our settings, and we need to do that part. So yes, the part that we commented out, we can now uncomment, and I think we're good. We may still run into like timing issues though. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, so this is the part where migration result gives us nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. So yeah, I end up needing to see that. But this right here I need to see as well. Because I don't think books is what I think it is. But yeah, I can demo this thing actually working here in a second. Oh, it is an array. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so let me just reset the DB again. We do a refresh, we probably get an error. Yep, no such error, or no such table. At which point, we bail out, and then we do this one more time, and maybe we see something better? Oh, right. So hold on, how does Kaisley... I think Kaisley needs to destroy its migrations table too, right? Yeah, there you go, exactly. All right, so we reset. We should see a log of something maybe. All right, so we see that on the first run. Pretty much expected. No. This is the part that's actually really annoying because we don't get access to the Origin private file system in DevTools right now. And what up, Ben? How you doing? Alright, we can look in IndexedDB all we want. That part doesn't matter. Local and session storage, those don't matter. I don't see any way of browsing OPFS. Here we go. All right, let's go back a bit. All right, so I don't want file system handle yet. We need to use the file system API. Okay, so it looks like truncate? Okay, so truncate might be the only way to do that? Ah, that would be it. Okay, so we need to get the current top level directory and remove our entry there. And that entry is database.sqlite3. So navigator dot... Oh, I don't see... Oh, wait. It would be storage dot get directory. Remove entry. And let's pull this out. Let's make it db file. Ooh, yeah, ZBrush is tricky. If you ever want to mess with like really interesting, like math-driven like modeling, check out Xfrog. It ends up being like especially useful for plants, but you can make really like abstract things using Xfrog as well. And you can even animate them because it's just like values being interpolated. So if you ever get a chance to fiddle with Xfrog, it's pretty fun. Yeah, it's fairly old, and it's pretty much just focused on plants these days, but you can abuse it to make all sorts of stuff. Like, I've used it to make a flower before, which was fun, right? Like a rose. And then I've also used it to just make some weird, crazy, shifting kind of stuff. It's pretty fun. Yeah, ZBrush is great. There's also Mudbox. Like, any of those, like sculpting tools are probably worth it. Yeah, that'd work. All right, so theoretically, this should delete our file now, which means we should be able to reseed things. All right, migration success. Cool, cool, cool. We see books 1 right there, books 0 right here. Okay, so I missed something. There was an error thrown in there that I had not seen yet. Nah, so a big part of it, we see this error is getting caught. Chapters has no column named title. I think I named it label, didn't I? Yeah, I think that's just me mixing up the name. Yeah, I think chapter title just makes more sense. But we'd have to change a lot of other things, so we'll leave it as label right now. So yeah, we were throwing before I was going to get any log that I thought would make a lot of sense. But there is definitely... hold on. We're seeing that at line 85. Oh, it's in DB line 85. Ah, yeah. Chapters.sort order. Yep, I missed that one. Yep. Right, let's pour some water. And yeah, so we're running into a foreign key constraint now, which I think is interesting. Books is empty at that point. But we should have inserted into books right there. If I refresh, we should see books in the list there, at least. Is the ID not what I would expect? Oh, ID starts at 1, not 0? Is that a SQLite thing, or did I just forget that about SQL in general? Ooh, and yeah, so book result, chapter result, snippet result, none of those actually come back with anything. However, if we do this, yeah, we see welcome over there now. Nice. We'll say this is fine. It was a dark and stormy night, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So yeah, we have it scaffolding. Our home page is fairly empty. Right, we should have something on the home page to help the user through this app. But here you go. This is for everyone out there that is wondering, what is this thing even doing? Dark and stormy night. Is that a drink? What's in the drink? Best of times. So here's the big part. It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. Let's see if it actually does blurst properly. Spiced rum instead of vodka? Okay, that sounds good. I'm not a rum fan, so yeah. But totally up to you. Too many bad memories with rum. Because this is a 2015 Mac Mini. However, yeah, alright, it took some time. It just happens. Ooh, blurs instead of blurst. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, we don't have a command for it yet. But yeah, if you want to test it out on your machine, I would recommend it. I highly recommend using the smaller models for now. You're not going to get any pre-seeded data, and you may run into order of operations of like the database not having been created and seeded yet, right? Like the tables themselves. So there are definitely issues with that. Just do a refresh and you should be good. Yep. Yeah, so that's the order of operations that Robert Tables was kind of getting at. This data gets seeded just fine, but the rest of the app is depending upon being able to fetch that data pretty much immediately. So instead, I need to find a good way of making sure that our seed runs before any of our state management, right? We'll have to figure that out in a minute. Yeah, it's a little tricky because of how we're doing our state. Right, current books. We do a getter, and it depends on get books with chapters. Realistically, we could just make sure the migration runs the first time this gets called, but this gets called every single time the the fetch timestamp updates. So that's a little trickier too. So the place that we're calling, the migration aspect of things, we may want to run the migration stuff in a use effect on like the main app page. And then we just update our fetch timestamp. We could just keep some state. Yeah, that would be doable. So over here in main state, we could just have a const beta seeded atom false. Yeah, good job, Cody, with that autocomplete. What do you mean, caching mechanism? There is no server. Do you have a way you want to maybe rephrase your question there, Mohan? And what do you mean by that? What are you seeing cached? All right, so the rest of that should be good. So now app ready is what we're looking for, which means hopefully we should never see any of that again. And I think we are going to see that length issue again. So yeah, we need this else return. Okay, yeah, that works. The app ready isn't great. Oh, that's in IndexedDB. Actually, yeah. Let's just do this as a, you know, like a top-level guard clause. Yeah, we don't need get timestamp if we do that guard clause. Oh, but you know what? I think we do need the fetch timestamp. Yeah, I don't think we actually need that. We're gonna do this. App ready. Which means I do need the timestamp still. think I need that at the start. What's up? I'm good. How about you, CNC Dad? Okay. So I think that works so far. Oop. So current book versus current books. Yeah, so we could definitely... There's the place that we're setting the current book that we should probably do in here, in the same way that we're doing current chapter and current chapter ID and all that. Because it'll be current book ID as well. But that was before we refactored to have book in the URL. So yeah, we'll fix that here in a second. I want to do this part before I forget, though. So I don't need to do this as an iffy. Right? Seed is going to be the name of this function. All right, so our migration fire's in here. Seed fire's there. So now in our main app.tsx, which is the home page, right? I guess main is where we're doing the routing stuff. Let me double check the router. So app is the top level there? Yeah, so we can do that in the use effect. So what we want to do here then all right, so set app ready true and set fetch timestamp. That means we need to get an atom for this. Alright, so this should work just fine now. If I reset DB, we go back to the home page. Didn't mean to do that. So we see it as an error in the app component still. Let me just double check this. And if I refresh, it's there, right? Or is it consistently failing? It's consistently failing here. No such table books. So we shouldn't be fetching anything there. And yeah, we see Yotai messing that up, which means I messed up something in my state here. Oh, well, that would be part of it. Let's double check some of those. Okay. I think that was most of it then. Aha, so now trying to read settings. That would be in the settings modal. Yeah, that looks okay to me too. We didn't see a reload though. All right, never mind. That works. So let's reset the DB again. And we're in dev mode, so React is firing our use effect twice. I think I'm fine with it. All right, so now we're going to run into some issues there. All right, looking pretty good. The only other issue we see here is that. That one should be fine. Yep, that seems about right. So yeah, the fact that the use effect is running twice in dev mode is not a big deal. I think we've done it. Yeah. I think we got the data stuff working as we want. What we can do next is we could move pretty much all of the data seeding into that first migration, right? Which means we could eliminate this book's length check, and the rest would just get inserted. So then the whole thing is basically just those two lines in this seed script, which is fine. I like the idea of having this function abstracted because I don't want to have to import and instantiate the migrator in any other place. So yeah, let's look at our next step. Our next step is then As someone was mentioning, sorry, I forgot whose name it was. Hold on, let me scroll up. Scriptor. Yeah. What we need to do right now is look at if Kaisley allows us to do a raw SQL statement, because I am extremely lazy and I don't want to have to rewrite this stuff into their ORM or into their query builder syntax. Ooh, one flaw that we have in this page is how we decide to show this modal when the page loads. We don't want to have to show that every single time. That's a bit of a separate bug. I may want to run start transition somewhere as well to prevent showing a loader where we don't need one. But let's look at Kaisley and their docs for what we're talking about. And Sleepy Luxor and Phil Diesel. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. What are you up to? Raw? Ah, yeah. Yeah, so that should work. So it's just that SQL template tag, which means I don't even have to change too much. Yeah, I don't actually have to change any of it. Awesome. I don't care about the result, actually. Yeah, the result is actually fairly meaningless. We're logging it just to see, but yeah, the result doesn't even come back with anything. Here's the thing, the result is probably different. In the old Drizzly version of the raw SQL statement, we didn't get anything back from it, right? Because we're not doing a select, we're doing an insert. An insert doesn't inherently return the result, I guess. Maybe that's a SQLite thing, I don't know. Not sure. However, if we go here, reset the DB, ooh, prevented us from seeing too much of like a double transition, right? Or a double load. Nice. So yeah, that worked out of the box. So here's the thought. We may not even need those, like, drop commands. Because it just worked. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Oh, interesting. Huh. Let me try one more time. Yeah, alright, so we do end up needing that. Which I find very strange. Oh, nope, we broke it. Yeah, we don't see that firing anymore. So it worked the first time, but it didn't work the second time. That's a fun one. Syntax highlighting broke. And yeah, Ecstasy, how you doing? What are you up to? All right, let me restart to update VS Code. Just simply because once the syntax highlighting is borked, there's definitely something going massively wrong. Yeah, so now our migration is not running. What did we change? Oh. Yep, yeah, I need to run execute on the SQL. Whoops. Yeah, I probably should have expected that. Or not. Don't await raw builder instances directly. To execute the query, you need to call execute. Okay, so that's annoying. Why do I need to pass some kind of provider to that? Oh, so I just need to pass the database itself? Oh, interesting. Well, that's easy enough. Okay. Cool. All right. So, yeah, I think our database seeding, I think our order of operations is good too. Yeah, I think this PR is done. There's like a separate thing about the state for the settings modal though, right? Like if we refresh, we have all of that stuff that we need. And I just need to listen for that. Over here in the app, when we decide if we want to show the modal, right? Yeah, so open settings modal, whisper model, and app ready. So if no model, but we are ready, then we're good. Now ready itself is not in our data yet. Oh, we actually already had that. We just want this. All right, so now if we refresh, we shouldn't see that modal anymore because our data is there. Cool. The double fetch is not ideal. So we should at least prevent the double spinner, right? We see the one, data just pops in. Perfect. If we're over on the main page, Sure. It's not ideal. But okay. So yeah, I'm gonna say that's good enough for now. Let's get rid of some logs, right? I definitely have quite a few console logs that I probably don't need anymore. Let's just at least look at those. And we got all of these popped open. So orderly Tory is not what we're looking for. Orderly web is. I'll leave some of those oofs. Probably want to give it a better log. Right here is a bit annoying. I don't think we need that anymore. Error in migration makes sense. I mainly only want to do this in places that we touched for this PR. Oh. Oh, hold up. Oh, and yeah, now we're not doing this. All right, so feet, seed, initial data of a book with a chapter and a snippet. We ended up fixing some more stuff around that, but I'd say we're good enough there. Boom. All right, so yeah, we knocked that one out. Took a little bit of effort. But yeah, not bad. I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second. We're gonna merge this in. That way it's up and running and ready for everyone, and you guys can help me test it. But I gotta pee, so give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So this should be up and running. That issue should be closed. We're going to want to handle some proper 404s at some point. The remote model's hitting their quota. I'd love to find a cheap and easy place to host these things. And by cheap, I mean free. Storage, or whatever they pronounce it as, is working, but it's not perfect. But I think it's time for a lemonade. I'm trying to take it easier on those lemonades, because it may have been related to why I didn't feel so well on Tuesday. But there is no virtue without temptation. Yeah, it's a really good cork. Woodford Reserve is mainly made because of its cork sound. The lemonade enhancement aspect of it is secondary to the cork. And yeah, anyone willing to help hype up that tweet I made earlier? I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. Yes, I know, that doesn't actually mean anything. But I can hope, I can dream. And for anyone else that hasn't seen it yet, I'm kind of happy about the editing and like how that came together, that short. It's just 30 seconds long. Let me know what you think about it. What could I do better? Things like that. You like it? Cool, cool. There's definitely some like janky parts in the middle. Gotta work on the motion tracking a bit better. But yeah. Yeah, I have one more from that same day. That one's gonna have a bit of like me actually talking. Because I'm like standing above a spot like, I think I see a path over there, and then I find a really good path. It's kind of nice when you're sitting there like in some thick trees and you're like, I think I see something. And you find it and you get there. Ooh, it's a good feeling. It's a very Lewis and Clark moment. But okay, so what is our next thing that we do for this, right? I really want to finish it soon. Let's consider it, right? We need to handle 404s properly. We also need a proper homepage. Add content to homepage. I don't know why I'm doing title case for it, but whatever. I don't think I'm gonna do a dark mode right now. But hold on. Mantine dark mode. Ooh, that's version 1. Oh, here we go. Color schemes. All right, use color scheme for stuff there. Ooh, buddy. Who here would like to actually start helping out on this project? Right? Are there any tasks that you saw in my list that you'd like to handle? I think a dark light mode with accompanying little like slider would be worthwhile. Yeah, let me give you the link. And for any of these ones that you're curious about, I don't have any descriptions of anything in there. So that's the tricky part. We haven't hit, like, I'd say number 7 right here. That's probably for me. Creating the README is probably for me as well. Having someone else evaluate the README in trying to, like, do their own custom development, right? Developing for it should be pretty easy, and the README should tell you everything you need. If that doesn't work, then... right? Like, it's going to be hard for me to evaluate the README with a fresh set of eyes. So someone else helping with that would be really cool. But I need to create it first. I think a dark mode and a toggle for that, that's fairly self-contained. And I think someone else could handle that pretty easily. The 404s I probably want to do non-zero status code. That's just showing like a better, like, modal. I'm doing an alert right now. Ugh. You want to do the dark light mode? I'd say dark light mode is like the easiest, most, not easiest, but it's like self-contained, and it requires less like creative aspects of it. But let me edit the description here. No, yeah, I appreciate you. What I'm trying to do now is there a good place to look for example dark light mode toggles? Oh, no, I see. So I just started blasting. That's the quote. Right? You're talking about, like, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Frank. I believe the lines, so I started blasting. Or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah. So anyway, I started blasting. That's it. That's where the anyway comes from. Yeah, Frank's the best. But what website has a really good light mode, dark mode toggle? Yeah, exactly, Alava. Anyone have any website where they really enjoyed the accessibility and UX of toggling light mode and dark mode? All right, so a bunch of different examples, sure. I don't know, can I? Oh, that one's not bad. Here's the problem I have with this, though. Right? Most of these are like CodePens, and CodePen doesn't have an implicit license. So I almost want to avoid CodePen. I would say instead, don't copy their exact code. Right? You can look at it, you can take inspiration, but what I would say is, like, try and find a website that has their own light mode, dark mode. Yeah, like the homework thing. Right, so here's theirs. They just do a drop down. They really changed up their docs recently. It had a totally different theme before, right? Anyone else remember that like pink theme they had? Maybe I'm thinking of the Starlight Ducks? Here they just do the drop down too? Yeah, I wonder if the drop down is actually just more accessible. The Twitch one is cool? I don't remember what the Twitch one even looks like. Oh, and I'm not even lurking anybody right now. Okay. Yeah, I think the tricky part about that is that it takes up a lot of space. It makes sense for Twitch because it sits right there inside of the drop down, but right, we're gonna want to put it up here like in the corner just like this. Right, if we look at Manteens, they just got a button for it. Oh, right, James? Yeah, dude, get the dig toys. Oh man, get the dig toys. Have him as one of your like pals or whatever, and throw him out there, and he'll just start eating up the ore. He does it fast, like fast. Like it's insane. Yeah, that was crazy, dude. Yeah, Pal World's good. I like it. Just a button? Yeah, I think there's probably something about either just a regular drop down or a regular button that is better than those toggles. I think toggles are often tricky UX-wise. Oh, there you go. So you don't even need to do anything. Yeah, awesome, James. Nice. Yeah, you're going to end up going through so many ingots, though, just creating, like, pal balls. Or spheres, sorry. Yeah, that's legit. Good work. Do you know if Worm is around tonight? Because I really, really do want to try and get some progress on Baldur's Gate 3. I had to basically, like, stop the other group because we caught up. Not, like, stop the other group, but we had to, like, you know, cut it last Saturday. Depends on how he's feeling. Yeah. For sure. I mean, I'll tell the other group, sorry, we won't do it this week, because I want to make sure you guys have priority. So, no rush there. Oh, hell yeah, man. And yeah, like, the other group moves so fast because, like, Robotic Head is in Act, like, 3 or something. It's his, like, 3rd or 4th playthrough. I think Acorn has another playthrough that maybe isn't quite as far, but they're familiar with it. And Acorn is extremely overpowered. we haven't had to redo a single fight. Because throwing sausages at people is actually extremely strong. The thrown weapons build in Baldur's Gate 3 is insane. So Acorn's playing a barbarian, so they get to rage. Yeah, no worries, just throwing it out there. Yeah, it's hard to know from the name. But yeah, so Acorn is a thrower, right? Like thrown items. One of the funny things is sausages don't get destroyed when you throw them. So you can have just an endless supply of sausages or shoes or all sorts of stuff and throw it and then just go pick it up. Whereas if you do it with some of the other things, they explode. But yeah, Acorn's doing easily like 40 damage every throw. And they get 2 every turn because of the barbarian thing. Like, it's a crazy build. They're abusing, like, Tavern Brawler and a bunch of, like, synergistic items and stuff. It's genius, though. Really well done. Yeah, 1 second, Olavo. Yeah, the README would really help you out right now. But I got sidetracked talking about games. What I'm going to say, though, is let's just go for the button thing instead of the drop-down thing for now. I mean, here's the thing, Olavo, right? I don't think the hype matters nearly as much as waiting to see what they do with it. They have a lot of big plans and stuff that they can add to it. The modding scene is going to be pretty intense and awesome. I don't think it's a big deal. And I don't think the hype thing matters that much. I didn't play Ark until the hype had died down massively. Still a fun game until you're playing with people that are a bit shady. Yeah, now, so here's the thing, Olavo. Nintendo would actually have to win a design patent lawsuit. There's no copyright being violated. There is no, like, legitimate patent being violated. Design patents are extremely specific. For the most part, a design patent is unenforceable. You have to copy it exactly to be violating a design patent. So realistically, it comes down to who has enough money for lawyers to fight this thing until the end result. And Nintendo probably knows that if they bring the lawsuit and they lose, Palworld can actually countersue and recoup their costs, right? The lawyer fees. The only reason that would be a problem, Olavo, is that Steam does not allow AI-generated assets in their games, right? Anywhere on the Steam platform. So, if they could prove AI generation, they could actually be deplatformed from Steam. Because there's already a lot of, like, just really low-effort games on Steam via Greenlight, right? So many low-effort games. If they allowed AI-generated content, it'd be even worse. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. No matter what, Alavo, if they pollute their platform with too much bad content, they will kill their platform. Yeah, exactly, Cream Pain. There's a lot of, like, just armchair lawyers out there that think there's some kind of lawsuit. Nah. Definitely not. Really? Yeah, we'll look into that. Let me just mess with that. Let me finish doing out this issue. Again, Cream Pain, that's why a design patent is so hard to prove. Or so hard to defend. And here's the biggest thing there, James, right? Dragon Quest. What company made it? Does that company exist anymore? No, I agree, Cream Pain, right? Yeah, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. There's, right? There's the Andy Warhol quote. Good artists copy, great artists steal. Something like that, right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure I had that right. Oh, it was Picasso? Wait, Picasso said that? I thought it was Warhol. Dragon Quest? I thought that was Dragon Warrior. Okay. Okay, for some reason I only knew it as Dragon Warrior. I don't remember Dragon Quest. But here's the big thing. Nintendo has way more money than Square. Right? Always has. Right? So the entire reason Square probably didn't raise a stink is because they knew they couldn't actually battle Nintendo, and they still want to be able to release to Nintendo platforms. If you bring a lawsuit against Nintendo, you're probably never releasing a game to their platform again. So again, Nintendo doesn't have to defend shit. They can simply strong-arm everyone. Only company they wouldn't be able to strong-arm is basically Apple. Right? A company with a giant war chest that can pay lawyers until the end of time. Yeah, biggest argument I've seen is that Nintendo definitely had eyes on the fact that Pal World was doing its thing. There would have been a lawsuit way sooner if they thought they could win it. For sure. Now that the Pal World devs have a bunch of money, I don't think they're worried. All right. So, Alavo, does that at least give you enough, like, room to get started? Okay, cool. Yeah, the place I'm thinking about putting it is just up here in the top section. Maybe to the right of settings? I don't know for sure. I'm not picky there. We can always move it around later. Okay, so, you said you sent an error in Discord. Where in Discord? Oh, okay, you didn't. Yeah, what is the error? Never mind. Cream Pain, maybe that's the case. Yeah. The Pal World devs are not based in Japan, though. So I think at best, they'd only ever be able to restrict sales in Japan if they won in, like, a Japan court of law. All right, let me try and do what you're talking about, too, just to see. Yeah, so I don't know, Alavo. That worked for me. We see the whole thing. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Oof. Yeah, I would say if that's the case, I don't know, man. That's pretty rough. That's a way bigger problem. Oh, hold on. What platform are you on? Are you on Windows or Mac? Ah, nope. So it's a Windows pathing issue. That's on my end. Let me fix that for you. My guess is that they hate the colons. Yeah, let me just do a quick fix and push of that. We're not just looking at them, it's a colonectomy. We're removing them. They gone. I mean, who needs that, right? Wrecked him, damn near killed him. All right, so that looks pretty good so far. Let me just double check my script. Because I have a Mac. All right, Alavo, go ahead and try it again. That should have fixed the issue for you. That should have fixed it. Yep. All right, let's do another one of these. Probably try and cap it at about 3 today. We'll see, we'll see. And yeah, Alavo, thank you for testing that out. That actually really helped. Other people would have had the same issue. This is number 2. If you're saying what issue are we working on? Oh, we haven't figured that one out yet. Yeah, exactly. No, because the juice is not worth the squeeze. I just do Country Time lemonade mix. Which basically, I don't think it has any real lemon in it. They say natural flavor. That's a lie. It's not lemonade, it's lemonade. All right, so I think my next step is we want to handle 404s. I've got at least 2 or 3 pages we got to put it on. Exactly, Steel Toad. That's a real can-do attitude right there. Tank Top, thank you for the follow. Black hole? Is that your belly button? If so, you should get that looked at. I could ruin a couple people's day by telling them to Google something about belly buttons. But it's really gross. All right, let's close some of these down. I don't think we even need SQ local going anymore. So handling 404s properly. That's number 15. Ooh, so Alavo, I would recommend using PNPM. That is probably something I need to add to the README. Otherwise, your dependencies won't resolve properly. Right? Because I don't have a yarn.lock in there. I don't have an npm package JSON, or a package lock.json or whatever. All we have is the PNPM. So yeah, that would end up going in the... Yeah, that would end up going inside of the README that I haven't worked on yet. But whatever. Not a big deal. All right, so the part that we actually care about is in the individual routes. So the initial load. Let's group these together. So current chapter here. Hold on, let me reply to this message. And yeah, I just got a follow-up for a second interview for a dev advocate role. Still haven't heard back from the one company that I got like 6 interviews done through. It's a little weird to leave me hanging all week long, but they also had to probably do some like reference checks and stuff, so I get that. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Alavo. Dev Advocate and DevRel are strange. Like, you know, I'm sure some companies might have a difference, but not all of them. Look at it this way. Even if 2 companies have the role, Dev Advocate, your responsibilities at the 2 different companies could be completely different. Right? So DevRel, Dev Advocacy, same idea. There are 3 main pillars to DevRel. That is content, community, and product. Typically, you want to be somewhat involved with product no matter what. But technically, like, yeah, you could be a product DevRel that just codes all day, that doesn't even really work with other people. But for the most part, you're either going to be like content or community focused, and then doing as much as you can to help product. So what does that mean? Well, content would be blog posts, content would be documentation, content would be videos, things like that. Community would be maintaining a Discord server, right? Responding to people when they have questions. At the bare minimum saying, well, I don't know, we'll look into it. Stuff like that. And then also organizing and, you know, presenting at meetups and stuff. Technically, presenting itself can be skewed as content, but working with local dev communities at meetups is part of the community aspect as well. And then last but not least, product. That is typically like, hey, we have a core product that might be our API, it might be our platform, but we might also have external facing stuff like SDKs to interact with it. Building out SDKs can often be considered part of DevRel, or at least helping contribute and helping evaluate the SDKs. But product also focuses on bringing customer feedback to the product team. One of the important aspects of DevRel and Dev Advocacy is also helping a company realize how to measure the success of such a role. So, if you're a DevRel, how do you know you're doing a good job? That's tough. Views on a video help. After releasing some content, an uptick in signups for a platform help. But it's going to be unique to every company. And figuring that out and understanding how to present that you're doing your job to the people above you is actually a really hard part of that. Because technically, DevRel is the top of the funnel. And most companies only care about the bottom of the funnel. And when I talk about the funnel, that is getting people interested in the product, right? People being even aware that you exist is the top of the funnel. The bottom of the funnel is the company achieves their goal, which is signups and paying customers, typically, right? Because top of the funnel and bottom of the funnel are so far separated from each other, there's always a chance that someone converts to a customer months later. And it's really hard to equate that to a blog post you wrote, unless you have some type of user tracking that really explains how they first arrived on your site. Things like that. So Mixpanel and a whole bunch of like analytics tools out there are extremely useful for marketing. But when you recognize that in a lot of cases, dev advocacy and DevRel is a subsection of marketing. If you're a VP of DevRel, you probably report to the director of marketing and further on down the chain. If you're a senior DevRel, you probably report to the VP of marketing. Things like that. So, as a little bit of prep, what type of content do you all think would actually be relevant? And, I mean, I can't do it without saying the company. Whether I get the role or not, the reason I'm even asking is because I'm struggling to think of good content for their products. So, right, Get Kraken. Most of y'all have probably heard of Get Kraken, that client, right? They also make Git Lens and a Git integration for Jira. But really, Git Lens and Get Kraken are probably the biggest things I could speak to. Working out like blog posts about how to do the Git integration for Jira would probably be an interesting aspect as well, right? This might actually be the biggest portion of content we can make, right? Showing people how to integrate, right? Showing them what they could do with the data they get. Right? Being able to create a branch within the UI of Jira? Whoa. That's kind of crazy, actually. So yeah, I'm actually thinking the Git integration for Jira is the biggest opportunity for content. When was GitCon 2023? That was in October? And they typically hold it in October? Okay. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, helping out at conferences and stuff. Here's the coolest part, right? So GitCon, the Fellowship of Code, they had Sean Astin as a speaker, which is amazing, actually. Like, really cool. Like, really cool. But if we look at the speakers list, we're actually going to recognize a few people. Hold up. There it is! Frank Boucher. F. Boucheros. We've seen him a bunch. He's awesome. I don't know Tech Wisdom. My guess is they're like a Twitter content creator, but I've never heard of them. But hold on, let's keep scrolling a bit. I've actually seen Joyce Lynn before. Didn't realize she was Postman. I thought she was GitHub for some reason. But yeah, Mish Manners. Have we seen Mish Manners streaming in a while? It's been a while for me. I haven't seen them, but, you know, different time zone, I think. I think they're Australian? Or on Australian time zone or something? And then that might be all the people I recognize. But just even seeing a couple familiar names and faces was really cool. Oh, hold on. I've seen that name before. Yeah, someone's like... Oh, never mind. Yeah. He made this tweet. That's why I've seen it. Yeah. He made this tweet about the mustache thing. And I definitely chimed in about it. Somewhere. I don't know. I give up. That's actually a great tweet. Holy shit. Good job, Marcus. But yeah, I actually recognized that that face. Cool. We are seeing a lot of Get Kraken people at this, which makes sense. At least they got people from other companies, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was cool seeing Mish Manners there, because I've definitely been in her stream before. And F. Bucheros, we've seen here a bunch, and I've been in his stream before. So I don't know, yeah. I like seeing familiar faces at conferences. Yeah, some of the conferences are really fun. And yeah, Blake, so wait, what do you mean by, like, product knowledge? Like, just, the whole Git Jira integration thing? I'm less knowledgeable about, like, the Jira Git integration, but at my previous company, just the most recent one, they had a really good U-Track integration. Where you create a PR, you prefix it with just the PR, like, or the issue number, right? And it would then... boom, it would create the title of the PR for you, and it would link it, and it would actually update stuff in U-Track. So yeah, those kind of integrations are huge. Like, really, really awesome. Like, really awesome. So yeah, I think that is probably one of, like, the best ways to, you know, showcase some of their products. I don't know if, like, that's the one they want to promote the most. But I do know they charge money for it, right? So Git Kraken client, CLI, Git Lens, browser extension for Git Kraken, gitkraken.dev. So this doesn't include the Jira integration? Ooh, is the Jira integration separate? Oh, the planning tool has a separate pricing page. Oh, okay. And $1 per user per month. I bet they're making a killing off this, though. I bet they're making a killing off this. And hey, Olavo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Can I comment on Miro or alternatives to it, or alternates to it? Well, I would say Miro's a mind mapping tool, but keep in mind that I think they have greater aspirations. Right? They want to call it a visual workspace. Technically, oh, and I love these designs. Ooh, Like, I am here for this, like, whatever this design pattern is. I almost consider it like neo-brutalism. Yeah, this UI is amazing. What was the tool I was just looking at? Mother Duck. Mother Duck is the company that manages DuckDB. Their site's beautiful too, and it's even more like neo-brutalist. It's not just the yellow-white shade, it's the use of like borders. Right? So much of the web has gone away from borders, but if you use them right, they're really useful. Right? So like, yeah, it's got this like, kind of like hand-drawn effect to it, right? Very like GeoCities, you know? Yeah, the buttons, the shadows, like, yeah, Gumroad does it really well too. Yeah, it's like minimalist, but, right? Like, it's pretty, you know? The shadow when you hover it. Like, there's so many things that are like really beautiful about the UI here. So I'm into the neo-brutalist designs instead of just the same old like Web 2.0, right? So yeah, I applied to this company too. We'll see if they actually get back to me. We'll see if they would actually make me go into the office here in Seattle. Hold on, let me do one quick thing. I don't remember what role they had. I applied to it. I have to do applications. To keep getting unemployment checks, I have to apply to companies. So anyways, I started applying. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Let me create a new event. This one's gonna be called... Yeah, I'm setting up a real quick calendar. Miro has a bunch of pre-built templates. Oh, I haven't seen any of those templates. Yeah, that sounds even cooler. For myself, I've only ever used it for mind mapping, and I don't do that much mind mapping. So Miro doesn't really fit within my plans. There we go. Man, Nightbot's blowing it on not deleting tabs comments. Like, really annoying right now. Nightbot is done. We really need to migrate off of Nightbot here soon. But yeah, so no major thoughts on Miro. I think having some really good integrations would be really useful. Yeah, I'll be switching to Fossabot for sure. I'd really like some way of exporting all my commands from Nightbot, and if they don't have that, we might spend a day writing a scraper. Yep. But yeah. Yeah, anyone have any thoughts on, like, what good content for GitKraken would look like? Anyone ever messed with the GitKraken CLI? Things like that. Anyone out here an actual user of GitKraken in any major way? I use GitLens day to day, but I struggle to think about, like, good content for GitLens. It's already included with GitHub, or not with GitHub, with VS Code out of the box, isn't it? Am I wrong about that? Maybe I've just been installing GitLens for so long that I forget that I even install it anymore. So you saw GitKraken recommended or GitLens recommended? Because this is GitLens right there. Me, 25 minutes ago, uncommitted changes. This is GitLens showing all that. Right? That metadata. Okay, so GitLens. GitLens is basically like a really nice way of doing like git blame type stuff. It also shows you which things you've modified by doing that like green bit. And you see it here in the sidebar too. So yes, I removed a line here, right? Bam, bam, boom. Using GitLens, I think we can see it somehow, but I don't remember. There we go. Right? So this is a GitLens like diff of what it was and how it works, right? So a lot of that kind of integration. I could definitely do like a, how does GitLens help me? How have I used it before type thing? Sure. I could do meetup talks about it. Sure. But after that, like, yeah, unless there's like a good like API or extension framework for GitLens, I'm not really sure how else I could promote it and talk about it other than just like those basic talks. So, one sec. I do have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Front versus back versus game versus ML? Yeah, I'd have to, like, again, I only do so much, so I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what I'd benefit from it. I think realistically, any content I would do about GitLens is more like marketing style content of like, hey, here's what it is, here's what it does. And any meetup that would allow me to talk about that would probably expect like sponsorship money, which I think is within the cards. They had mentioned that sponsoring meetups was A-okay. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. So yeah, back to the thing that we're actually working on right now. I just got super distracted by that, and I'm okay with it. Let's do another one of these. Ooh, and yeah, we totally did the user fixtures thing. You can help evaluate the tool. Maybe make. Here's the big thing. So wait, Olavo, what do you mean like you installed just React and React DOM? With pnpm installed, all you do is type pnpm install, and it will install everything that we depend on. So you don't install React or React DOM individually, you just run pnpm install, and the package JSON file does that for you. Right? The package lock is the one that locks the exact versions. So yeah, sorry about that. Again, I should have that in the documentation in the README. Instead of the 404 thing, it might be a better idea to do the README for you. Yeah, let's pivot. We're gonna do the README right now. I did a little bit Snowman. Yeah, we were in the beta. We used up the credits that we had available, and that was that. I probably have more credits now. From what I got from it... Hold on, let me show you what we tried to do. I tried to generate a UI I had already generated for Vexilla. And yeah, we'll get to the README for you there, Olavo, one second. Right? But the thing we ended up doing was working like, hey, V0, I want to generate a way of scheduling feature flags over a period of days or weeks with the option for a start and end time per day or at the start and end. And it didn't get anywhere close to this UI. Like, not even close. Now, granted, we got some spacing issues I need to fix here. But, I mean, just the schedule type section. Just the schedule section. It was really not great. It looked pretty, but it didn't actually solve the constraints we needed. So for anything complex, you're going to spend a lot of time iterating on what Vercel gives you, or on what V0 gives you. And at that point, couldn't you just build it? Yeah, exactly. So I think they're on the right track. The goal would be to allow non-developers to be able to try and develop UI content. How often is that the thing you need? Do you think design actually wants to build out their own components? Hell no. Do you think marketing wants to do that? Hell no. As an example, when SQL first came out, there were people that thought, oh yeah, business will just write their own SQL statements and they won't even need a dev for it. Meanwhile, reality didn't work out that way. Yes, literally, that's what people said about SQL. It's gonna take dev jobs away. No, it just redefines what the job is. It redefines the scope of the job above that doesn't want to do that stuff. So yeah, I don't think it's going to take anyone's job away. I think it may be something you use to iterate a little bit and see what's out there and blah, blah, blah. Sure, make it. But, I mean, V0 basically assumes you're using shadcn. If you're not using shadcn, well, yeah, no, you're not using V0. I think the name they gave it is exactly appropriate. Very apropos. V0. It's for an initial basic MVP that you don't want to invest an entire designer's time into it. Someone who's going to want to get user stories and stuff out of the way and blah, blah, blah. Right? It is meant to be a true V0. Right? So I don't expect V0 is going to take away from any production level application. I don't think it's going to even help for production level applications. Nah. Now the stuff that can take a Figma design and generate a component from it for you with like minimal like modification, that's actually the future. But even then, those tools still require a developer to wire them up properly. So again, it's not going to take anyone's job. It's just going to change the scope of your job. It's like saying scaffolding tools for back-end endpoints via like Ruby on Rails took people's jobs away. No, it just made them more efficient. It allowed them to focus on the things that mattered. No one out there ever considered Ruby on Rails as taking away someone's job. Instead, it allows the dev to focus on the part of the job that matters. Not scaffolding out boilerplate. Currently, I am not Makozy. I am interviewing. The company I was at had to let go our entire team for budgetary reasons. The economy, man, is what it is. Best job I've ever had. Last company I was at, best job I've ever had. It happens. I'm not sure, no good, Nick. I would love to learn more about it. I think that would actually be some decent content for stream even, right? Just working through whatever. What made it a great job? The people I worked with, the freedom and power you had over like the dev process and what tasks got picked. Like, I don't know, just everything about it, really. I really liked everything about it. Yeah, I was a senior front-end engineer at Fairwinds. My boss was the designer. Her boss was the VP. VP of R&D. Small company, but focusing on some really cool stuff. But again, yeah, just like the whole process. I got to mentor a junior. I got to work with another engineer that was pretty good, but needed some coaxing, and definitely not a junior, but someone that thought they knew a lot of stuff, and, you know, they still learned a lot from me, I think. The junior was really good about, like, understanding and learning, right? In our, like, pair programming sessions, which is what our, like, one-on-ones basically became, I feel like they learned a lot. I really think they leveled up. Especially like their debugging prowess, etc. Because when they had a really hard bug during our weekly one-on-one, they'd bring it to me, we'd chat about it, we'd work through it, and typically they'd be past it. Because it's hard to teach the debugging process. I'm not talking about using the debugger. I'm talking about trying to understand and analyze where the problem is stemming from. Not where you're seeing the result of it, but where it's actually coming from. Things like that, right? And how you like poke and prod at it to figure out what's going wrong. So yeah, this was not about using the debugger. This was more about just working through and fixing a bug, right? And trying to optimize that process. So yeah, I really enjoyed those pairing sessions. I hope they got stuff out of it, right? Personally, I've never really done that. I might have had like a bug or two that I've done that with. It's happened, I'm sure. But I tend to just like struggle through stuff. And by doing the struggle, I gain like patterns. And instead of forcing everyone to go through those like same steps, the same struggle, you can pass on the patterns. And that's really useful. Right? It's like a force multiplier. By going through that process yourself and teaching the patterns to someone without them having to like teach themselves those patterns. Yeah, you get to like share your thought process and all sorts of stuff. It's really useful. I think pairing up for hard bugs is one of the best things you can do. Right? You can rubber duck all day long. The rubber duck isn't going to actually ask you a question that leads you to the answer. A rubber duck is better than nothing, but it's not going to like teach you anything. I'm just saying, the rubber duck only does so much. The rubber duck is there to listen, not talk. All right, so hold on. Let's create this README for Alavo. What issue number is that? Number 8. Oh, PNPM is great. So hold on, Alavo, that's how it would actually work with NPM as well. With PNPM, NPM, or Yarn, you would just do the thing and install. You would not do individual one-by-ones. Right? Individual one-by-one installation processes would be a nightmare, and that's how it used to work before proper package management. 20 years ago? Yeah, there wasn't an NPM. I don't even know, 20 years ago, did Chocolatey even exist? I don't think so. I'm not positive, right? So the idea of being able to grab all these dependencies from a central repository, it basically only existed in like Linux environments using apt or apt-get or whatever, right? SourceForge, but you would install it by hand, manually. You know, like, ugh. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, I remember SourceForge. 20 years ago, SourceForge was actually usable. 20 years ago, SourceForge was actually worth it. SourceForge nowadays is basically not a thing. It's just a spam-filled nightmare. Too many ads, too many BS, right? Just brutal. Yeah, it was painful 20 years ago. right? Package management is a relatively new idea. Not for Linux, but Linux was pretty much a brand new idea back 20 years ago. Not brand new, but it wasn't as common. We have come a long way in 20 years. But yeah, Arkansas Snowman, I do want to point out for everyone else out there, whether it's Git or Subversion or any of that, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about language-specific package managers. Does anyone remember any of those from 20 years ago? I don't even think NuGet was the thing, right? So package management, which is what NPM is for, which is what PNPM does, which is what Yarn does, that package management step is actually relatively new, and we take it for granted these days. Ant. I don't remember Ant. I don't know if Maven was around yet, though, right? Perl did have CPAN. That's a good point. Yeah, Perl had CPAN. And I think CPAN probably paved the way for a lot of the stuff we use today. But I don't even think Python had PyPy, right? Like, dude, Python didn't even have good package management back then. Wait, did it? 20 years ago? Okay, never mind then. Pip is 2011, but PyPy is a different thing. PyPy is that. Is there a Wikipedia about Python Package Index? That's what it stands for. 2003. So 20 years ago, it just launched. Like, whoa, dude. Like, whoa. So yeah, 20 years ago, the entire idea of a package index was still very new. Yeah, before PyPy and CPAN, and for some languages like C++ or whatever, you relied on a makefile that would actually fetch all these things and glue them together for you. Which I find very interesting because it's almost like Bazel is going back to that stage. I mean, right? 20 years ago, 2003, 2004, we're gonna call it tomato at that point, right? But yeah, 20 years ago, man. I know, I just made you feel really old. 2003, that was my first year at Mount Hood. Or no, technically 2002, 2003 was my first year working at Stevens Pass. I graduated high school in 2002, and that summer, I went to Mount Hood. And I snowboarded all summer long. I got a prep cook job at a really nice restaurant at Mount Hood with just my experience working in, like, not even like full time, like relieving the food court person at a Target. But they needed someone to fill the role. So yeah, I was a prep cook, I was a line cook. I was in the pantry for like 2 weeks while someone was on vacation, and then they made me a prep cook. And I had basically no kitchen experience, no knife skills, knew nothing about how to dice anything in the, it was crazy, yeah. I do now, after working in a kitchen for a while. Yeah, for sure. I make a killer shrimp scampi. I make a killer chow mein. Yeah, there's definitely like a better way to do onions than the way I do it. I need to look up like the better technique. Instead, I just do like the slice it in half and then do like, do rows and then just do the columns and then rotate it, do the columns again. some of the like more interesting things of prep work is like slicing cantaloupe, just even skinning a cantaloupe. Some of those tasks are actually really interesting. Here's a little life pro tip. If you're ever slicing tomatoes, don't use your good knife on it. Use a serrated edge, because tomato skin actually dulls your knife really fast. Like really fast. There's something about tomato skin that really dulls your knives. Whereas a serrated, you don't care, it's serrated. I think you mean potatoes. You actually did mean tomatoes. You know you don't have to skin the tomatoes. The skin is a really good part of like the texture of the sauce. I've never met anyone that skins tomatoes. Why is that, Alavo? I'm really curious about that now. When you say make your own sauce, right? The sauce gets blended. Oh, that's a good point. If you steam it, the skin just pops right off. That's a good point. Yeah, like, you're gonna blend your tomato anyway if you're making a sauce out of it. So I don't think the texture is actually that big a deal. Okay. All right. Okay. I guess it's a thing, though, four-wheel, right? I've never skinned a tomato. That sounds like way too much effort. I don't even skin my potatoes because I think the skin is actually, like, great for the flavor. You wash them, of course, but no, I want the skin in there. She says it's an Italian thing. That makes sense. Yeah, I get it. I've just never done it. I never would. Oh, there you go, Madlet. Yeah, for sure, man. Ooh, so you're a ski person too? I'm gonna paste this link. Oh, that's not the right link. Yeah, obviously for red sauces. Yeah. Which is just so interesting, because, like, you wouldn't do that for pico de gallo. Right? I think the skin texture actually helps pico de gallo. So yeah, Spanish cuisine versus Italian cuisine seems very different at that point. Oh, I bet, Madlep. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. I got a video that I want to share. Anyone out there that hasn't seen any snowboarding stuff of me yet? That is from like a week or two ago. It was a good powder day. It was a really good powder day. Oh, that one? Yeah, that one's fun. That one you're talking about, Make, is from like 10 plus years ago, though. Like 14 years ago. Oh, I mean, Olavo, yeah. That's actually standard. One person in the kitchen at a time. Yeah, no, that's how that works. Oh, yep, no worries. Yeah, that's actually like a safety thing even. If you're doing cooking right, you're always moving, you're always doing something, right? Because you need to make sure certain things are finishing at the same time, right? So when you watch me cook on my gaming stream, I'm getting things going in like the water, etc. I'm boiling my noodles all at the same time as I'm doing the other parts because it all needs to actually like come together at the same time. That's actually what makes a good cook, in my opinion. Right? Being able to time things properly. Because most of cooking is just following directions. That's easy. Yeah, you need to like really multitask and know which things are coming up soon so that you can actually put them where they need to go, get them heating, all that stuff. Yeah, that sounds gnarly to me, Gator. But what I would say is you could have people in the kitchen doing prep work while one person's actually doing the cooking, and that's a different thing. Yeah, exactly, Medlip, for sure. Oh, and what issue was it? Number 8? I already forgot the number. Yeah, number 8. And we don't even need PMTM dev. So let's go modify this README file. What up, X Factor? How you doing? Let's move that out of the way. We don't need it right now. It uses whisper.cpp to aid in dictation of speech to text so that you don't have to type everything out by hand. Oh, yeah, exactly, Madlep. Yeah, I really dislike riding in places that are above tree line. It means your avalanche exposure is way worse, too. So yeah, I love riding in, like, tree line. It's just better. Yeah, like, the trees hold the snow better, so, like, you know, they'll protect it from the sun more, so you'll get powder, like, the next day. License will be MIT, for sure. Let me go grab it. So, game quality. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Orderly uses PNPM. Maybe. What up, Nas? How you doing? Development. No, I haven't worked on meal election for a while. It'll be one of our last things we care about, right? Vexilla will be launched first. After that, Walter, and then maybe meal election. To ensure that your PR gets accepted with the least amount of friction, please use the conventional commit syntax found here. Nope, not comments. Oh, I messed that up. All right, so far, Alavo. Do these instructions seem about right for you, right? There's a description. Here's the contributing section. Contributing would be orderly is 100% open source, blah, blah, blah. Installation does the PNPM install. Development would let you know that you need to do PNPM dev. Sure. Yep, just making sure. Oh, and it's issue number. All right, anyone got any feedback on what else should go into this PR? Emotes. Nah, I'm good. I think we're set. It doesn't need to be like the best thing in the world. We can always improve upon it later. Oh. To us it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'll leave it on screen a bit. What do you think? Well, we don't have any tests, so don't worry about that one. Oh, you're right. A Columbo reference needs the... Oh, and there's one more thing. So yeah, we don't have any testing yet. A list of features? I don't know. I really feel like the features are summed up by the description, but... if you'd like to contribute a list of features, feel free to create an issue for it. Right? Yeah, go ahead and add an issue if you want. You're welcome to actually make the PR too if you want. Just saying, you know. I'm down for collaboration on this. For sure. I'm actually a terrible salesman. The fact that you guys got sold there, you might want to look into that. I think that's on you. Right? I don't know. I'm just having fun. So we push it up. Let's get it merged. And then, yeah. Yes, it is 100% usable. I mean, when you say offline, you still need an internet connection to download the models. And you would maybe still need a connection to connect to the actual, like, app. Right, so hold on. 1 second. Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Edit. Resolves number 8. I mean, that's fine, Croucher. I'm okay with that. If someone asks me, I'll let them know. You totally did. You totally did. Thank you. All right, so we got that merged in. But yeah, so can it be used offline? Yeah, man. Right? Once you've got this loaded up, you're good, right? If this is in your browser and you've already got it loaded, then yes, you could totally go offline and still use it. So yeah, sell you this pen. My favorite version of that is the one where someone, like, you know, says, I'll bet you $1 million I can sell you this pen. And someone's like, well, I'll take that bet. Well, cool. Let's get it in writing. Right? I know I messed up the quote. I messed up the entire phrasing, but it's still, like, it's pretty good, right? You just do a thing where they need the pen all of a sudden. Well, all right. Oh, you want this pen? It'll cost you $2 million. Min W0? Yeah. Oh, you were trying to ellipsis it. You weren't able to use truncate? You weren't able to just use text ellipsis? Really? That's a weird one. Oh, that's a bummer. And they don't mention that anywhere in here, huh? Yeah, that's a bummer. All right. Hold on 1 second. All right. It shouldn't. I thought we fixed it. Let me double check my deploys. The only reason it would is if my actions didn't succeed. Oh, my actions didn't succeed. Oh. Yeah. Yep. So it's not expected to. We fixed that bug ages ago. That's my bad. None of them got deployed out because we had an outdated PNPM lock file. Yeah, it's super easy. All right, will it blend? Who wants to bet money on it? Who doubts me is basically that question I just asked. To blend or not to blend? That is the question. Shit. So it looks like it didn't blend. Ah, son of a bitch. What happened this time? Well, you should have doubted me. You should have bet money on it, man. I'm not sure how that didn't make it in. I'm actually kind of really confused how that didn't make it in. You think it blends? Did it blend? We built. It deployed. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think it blended. Now it's just doing the deployment to GitHub pages. We should be good. All right, so that blended. So the app should be good now. I would recommend anyone out there trying to use it, head into Reset DB in DevTools, and then do a refresh, and you should be good. That's probably something we need in the README, right? We probably need that on the homepage, too. No, we end up needing that in, like, settings or something. Yeah, I'm not positive how I want to do that part yet. All right, so yeah. Anyone that wants to give it a shot, feel free. It should work now. I would recommend not using the largest storage you can, but I can't stop you. Or not largest storage, but model. All right, so we still got 18 gigs of download space, so we're good there. And yeah, we got some major features done. I'm really proud of that. Okay, so get checkout. I think 15 was the one we wanted. So over here in chapter, we've done a slight modification. All we did currently was move this around, but here, when chapter changes, right, we do something as simple as that. Set is 404. Oh, that is the wrong thing. Oh, gotta bring up the dev server again. Oops. Cool. What's up, Chronic? How you doing? Trying to crate train a puppy. Ooh, that sounds rough, actually. Cargo install trained puppy. All right, that should be up on crates.io, right? Let me go use the restroom. Yes, I broke the seal. Here's the biggest thing. We still actually need app ready in here too. If app ready has not resolved, then yeah. So I need that to be an atom here, and we need to look for app ready. If the app is ready and we still don't have the chapter, then we know that it actually is a 404, because we don't want to show that state while it's still loading, right? That'd be gross. So that's our next step. We want to make sure that we're only showing 404 after things have resolved. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. But real quick, Maidu? Midu? Maidu? Maido? Thank you for the follow. Let me know how to pronounce your name. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, German Shepherd is a nightmare, too. Yeah. Yeah, dude. German Shepherds, Huskies, there's a couple that are actually, like, really brutal when it comes to dependency issues. Oh, it's a pit mix. I think the mix is better. There you go. Mango Joe, thank you for the follow. Do you really like mangoes, or is that like a facetious name? Like you hate mangoes, but people just started calling you it? It's like Slow Hand, right? Like Eric Clapton, they used to call him Slow Hand because he was actually pretty fast. Right? Is it right? Is it like naming a big person Tiny? Right? Like Tiny Lister. The guy that played Debo in Friday. Right? Do you actually hate mangoes? It'd be like someone calling me big guy. Actually, I went to a basketball camp when I was in like elementary school. It was like, you know, like a week or two, and it was just like during the day. It wasn't like a sleepover camp. But I went to a basketball camp, and I wore a red shirt one day, and I was killing it, and they named me Big Red because I was the shortest one there. It's basically like that, right? Pretty sure that's it. I get it. I get it. I had a mean hook shot. I'm actually bummed on that. Why aren't the hook shots a thing these days? Is there anyone that has a legit sky hook anymore? I don't watch enough basketball to know. Oh, yeah, I've known about the Inyo thing, meaning like small, for a long time, yep. Which is why it's funny, because Ronaldinho is just little Ronaldo. No, that one worked for me. I'm not sure what the issue is. Yeah, just try and, like, refresh. Yeah, that one worked for me. So your link was good. The Joker, is that Djokovic or whatever? I know the skyhook is a thing of the past, right? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar beat people up when they tried to take it from him, right? And yeah, that's an adorable puppy. Aww. That's a nice pup. Like, pure pit bull in my eyes. Like, I understand there's other stuff in it. I think the ears are what make it less pit bull. But that's about it. Like, the rest, it's like, yeah, that's a pit bull. Hopefully you got, like, a good mutt mix, though, right? The biggest problem with pit bulls is actually, like, when people try to make them purebred. Oh, she may be actually full pit. I don't think the ears are full pit. Those ears don't fit to me. Yeah, the ears just don't fit. Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I'd love to know. I would say, like, full pit would be a bummer because, like, full pits have hip issues. Even rot pits, right? Gladiator pit or whatever they call them. Even those end up having hip issues. And it's a shame just to, like, see him grow up and eventually not be able to walk right. No, I had friends that didn't have cropped ears either. Those are still way floppier than a standard pit. Those are so much bigger and floppier than a standard pit. To me, it looks like German Shepherd ears that still have, like, the floppiness of, like, a, you know, other dog. Like, size-wise, those look like German Shepherd ears. Just if they weren't, like, flopped. But again, I don't know. I'm actually not a dog person. I prefer cats. Don't hate me for it. I like the independent nature of cats. Right? Super independent, but they're still just cuddle monsters. That's the best. I really like that aspect. Ooh, I mean, cats still require a good bit of responsibility. I've never had indoor cats. I've had outdoor cats, and outdoor cats still require a good deal of responsibility. Right, you gotta make sure you bring them in. No. Nothing like a dog. Yeah, I'm not looking for a kid. I'm looking for, you know, like a teenager. Cats are like teenagers. They're pretty much self-sufficient, but they still need help. They're moody, you know? Yeah, cats are like a teenager. Dogs are like a toddler. No. If you actually go check Reddit, there's actually a subreddit called One Orange Brain Cell. Orange cats are just not that bright. They're not evil. They're just not that bright. That's not their fault. For the most part, orange cats are stupid. The one black cat I've ever had was a bit of a teddy bear. However, he ran away within months. I assume some other family nearby adopted him. Oh, I've met kind black cats, but they don't put up with BS. I think that's the biggest thing. If you don't treat them right, they're gone in a heartbeat. I mean, nah, we were young and he was like the fat cat. So we probably didn't treat him right. Because we were still, like, young too. So we gave him shit. Yeah, it was our fault. What plugin are you talking about? So yeah, Alavo, before we get into this stuff, right? What plugin do you actually mean? Are you saying like the React plugin? Sure. I don't think the React DevTools will help you that much. Or is it Redux DevTools or whatever? I don't think those will help you that much. Posted on Discord? All right, let me go look. No. So what you need to do right now is do a git pull origin main. Right? We have some fixes we made. That was the thing we just did like 10 minutes ago. So Alavo, I don't know if you were paying attention, but we ran into that in our issues as well. Right? Trying to actually deploy out. If you run into a conflict, I would throw everything on that branch away and create a fresh branch. Hopefully you haven't done too much work. But yeah, this is probably not going to be a crash course on Git for you. It's git pull origin main. So if you're not aware of how to work with Git, I would say you need to understand Git before you're even qualified or capable of committing and contributing to open source. Yeah, now I'm sorry, but I'm not here to teach you every little thing. I can give you the tools to teach yourself, but that's about it. Right? So oh my Git or learn Git branching or any of that stuff. Yeah, you need to learn Git if you want to contribute to open source in any way. It's required. Yep. I'm not sure about this. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random things I've seen. Learn Git branching is a good one. I don't know. Yeah, there's Git good. Ooh, that one seems kind of fun, actually. It's a good amount of stars. Hasn't been updated in a while, but it's probably fine because Git hasn't changed that much in that long. So here's another option, too. I would say do anything you can to learn Git. It's going to be one of your most important transferable skills from all sorts of stuff. Yeah, this is the best time for you to learn Git. But I'm not trying to teach you every little step for it. I'm sorry. I apologize. But this isn't a teaching stream. This is a learn together kind of stream. Oh, did that last one have a good about section? I might have missed it. Oh, that isn't it. Yeah, which one were you talking about? Was it the Git good, or was it the other one? Oh, it was Git good. Okay, hold on. All right. So the about, right? What is it? Well, welcome to Get Good, a command line game designed to help you learn how to use the popular version control system known as Git. As levels progress, you will know more and more about Git and eventually become a Git Grandmaster. If something's missing, feel free to add an issue if you're interested, view the contributors file, and add something yourself. Oh, you're saying over here in about. Want to get good? Then get good and get good at Git. Oh, that is solid. That's pretty good. Then get good. Ooh, get it, got it good. Nailed it. That's solid. Good job. Yeah, that is well done. It's basically how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Right? But it's like the Git version of it. Aphex, I'm just consuming WASM. I'm not writing assembly script. I'm not writing any of the WASM by hand. I'm only consuming WASM within my app. No. All we're doing is we're using two WASM-based tools, right? So sqlocal and whisper.cpp. These tools are both running in the browser via WASM. No server involved whatsoever. And I should add that to the README here at some point. We'll get it in there as like a placeholder. WASM what? Aphex, yeah, I've done the same thing. Hold on. Oh, I made a blog post about it too? I don't remember doing that. But yeah, Cellulife right here. Anyone remember when we made this like 3 years ago? So yeah, we ended up using U, which is a framework. I gave a talk at the Manning Rust conference. Yeah, Leptos is like the new hotness. I don't remember what... Oh, is that it? Like signals? I like the idea of services. I think injectable services are something really like overlooked by signals users, right? Where it gets instantiated, how it maintains its state relative to where it was instantiated. I think that's some like really powerful stuff. I know, that's fine, but when it comes to services in U, I think there's actually a lot of like value there. Hold on. I know I have a talk about this. Rust, WASM, and U. Here we go. That's it. 4 years ago. Is it really that old? Shit. Right, so the component lifecycle, right? Yeah, Leptos didn't exist. But even then, agents are similar to an Angular service, right? So it's web workers via for concurrency, etc. It's useful for passing messages around in your app, sharing state, or offloading heavy computation to a worker thread. Right? So here's like the life cycle of an agent. And just simply being able to instantiate your agent and the types of agents available based upon what you're looking for is really powerful. So if you want context and it to be global state, you would do that within a context thing, which is a UI thread singleton. So it's on your UI thread. You could also do stuff on your UI thread that is not a singleton, that's instantiated wherever you feel free using it. That's a job. And then public agents are a new thread singleton, where you can share that same state across your app, but offload the heavy computation to a new thread, not tying up your UI. And then private would be similar to that, not tying up your UI, it's on a new thread, but it's instantiated at the level in which you bring it in. If you've never used Angular, understanding the point at which you provide your services might not be that understandable yet. Yeah, a global signal, right? But the idea of having all of these constructs for deciding whether it needs to be a UI thread or a new thread singleton or not singleton is really powerful, right? And I don't think Leptos is solving that problem yet. So U is a little more robust in my opinion. If you're trying to build like a large scale application, U actually satisfies a bunch of use cases that Leptos hasn't tried to figure out yet. And in my opinion, this is heavily inspired by Angular's service management. Yeah, I get that, Aphex. I totally get that. That's why I don't consider Leptos actually usable, personally. Sorry, but yeah, no, these are things that every significant application will need to do. I have worked on Angular applications that needed to think about these things as either global or localizable within wherever you provide the service. If you've never needed to worry about where your service was provided and it was always global, yeah, you might not understand how useful this is. But there are applications that absolutely need to instantiate some service at a certain level for reusability, rather than creating a global handler for every use case. One great example is, how do you maintain scroll position within nested scroll overflow auto things, right? Well, to do that with React sucks. It's so brutal. Oh, it's the worst. Whereas in Angular, you have one service, that you use for all of the different cases, and wherever it's provided, it is then instantiated for that exact context, which is really useful. So if you're ever navigating a really, really large application, and you need to maintain your scroll state when navigating back and forth from route to route, doing that in React sucks. No, I'm not talking about props. I'm talking about actual state management at varying levels of your application, not just global. Do you want to create an actual service or whatever that has to maintain context of every single component that has instantiated and maintained where its scroll position is? Or would you rather instantiate that just at the level you need it, and then it gets garbage collected and thrown away when you're not on that anymore, right? You can have one very simple service in Angular that maintains scroll state for you, and then use that service anywhere you want, and it just works because of where you provide it. React doesn't have any concept of that. To build that out, you got to do it yourself. You're going to be doing a whole bunch of context magic and ugh. Now keep in mind, I use React for most of the things I build. But if I ever really truly needed to build an application that large, that needed to care about scroll state from page to page and maintain that state, Angular is a better framework for that. It really is. Because of how providers work, because of how services work. Yeah, so I just want to point out, right? This isn't trying to be a framework war. I do just want to say there are certain things that come out of the box in Angular that you have to do a lot of magic for in React. That's stuff you gotta write yourself or hope someone made a library for it. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Exactly. Yep. And U is very much batteries included versus leptos that I consider closer to like the React mentality. Right? And that's the biggest difference. I get that affects, but if you're ever on a large team, anything you built your own is tech debt. Every bit of code you write is code that someone has to maintain. Sure, I get that. I'm just letting you know. There are major reasons why Angular is still massively viable on large applications. Think about something as large as like the Google Cloud Platform dashboard. Yeah, that's 100% an Angular app with multiple apps actually glued together with many different ways of providing state and services and all that stuff. Yep. Yeah, and that's fine. If you're always planning on being solo for a project, then you never need to care. Very few projects that you would expect to be able to grow are ever that way, though. It's why micro front ends become a thing, because React doesn't handle large applications well. People do it, they make it work, but the framework doesn't give you any training wheels on how to implement that. Let's get around that. Let's try and be like more objective about it. I still use React. You see me using React, right? If I'm building up a new project, I'm probably going to use React. I don't need RSCs. I'm not going to use them. That's fine. If you think the way that Next.js is going is required to use React these days, well, no, you're wrong. That's fine. Aphex, you can do that. That's what I'm doing right now. Right? This entire app that we're working on today is just a Vite React app. That's it. There's no Next.js, there's no use server, there's no use client, there's none of that BS. I don't want that, I don't need that, and I consider anything that relies upon server-side rendering, that is an edge case. That is not the common case. Yeah, so if you need to spin up a React app these days, it is still 100% viable via Vite instead of Create React App and instead of Next.js. I don't consider Next.js actually a good starting point for most apps. I've used all sorts of stuff for backends. I rarely reach for server-side rendering or Next.js, though. It has happened. I've got marketing sites that use Remix just because I want to handle like form submissions in a properly web-focused way, right? Using proper forms and all that stuff. Yeah, so Aphex, that's fine. You can still do that with React. I would not throw away React just because the zeitgeist pushes you towards Next.js. At some point, you get experienced enough in web dev to recognize that the new hotness is there for marketing's sake, and there's usually an ulterior motive. Yes, Next.js wants to sell server time for their parent company, Vercel. That's it. Like, come on. Come on. Anyone pretending otherwise has ulterior motives as well. It's a psyop. Now, I'm not saying it's a psyop without reasons. They have very good reasons for pushing what they need, but the reasons they have are just not relevant to the majority of applications in the world. Server-side rendering is an edge case every single time. There's maybe 10% of apps that will ever be built that actually need server-side rendering. Instead, like you said, it can be static assets consuming an API, right? Like most dashboard applications. Dashboard applications are the majority of apps we're ever going to build, right? If I need any kind of server rendering, static site generation is probably closer, like Astro or whatever. You can do SSG with all sorts of stuff. To do it with Next is a headache, though, because it's not their common case. Their common case is the edge case, though, and that's super weird. That is super weird. Their common case is most people's edge case. That's a terrible business model, in my opinion. But they have a whole bunch of developer experience stuff built around it that matters a lot, right? Individual deployments of branches, things like that. That's actually really useful. Scaffolding out your backend and front end together in individual deployments to individual, like, ephemeral deployments is really cool, actually. That's awesome. That developer experience is the biggest selling point of Vercel, in my opinion. To get that with other things is effort. To get that with render, you got to pay them money now. But to get that, you could also just put in some work and scaffold it, but they save developers without the back-end savvy to do that themselves. And that's actually the majority of React developers in the world. People without any back-end savvy to spin up their own CI/CD processes for this stuff. Right? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying they're solving a really good niche. But for anyone that actually knows, you don't need it. If you don't know, well, then you probably need it. And they're solving a valid niche. I want to point that out. Just like upload thing. Is pre-signed post or pre-signed URL really that big of a headache? It isn't. You do it once, maybe twice, and you're done. You've got it. You can do it the next day just fine. However, the majority of React developers in the world are clueless and have no idea where to even start when it comes to, pre-signed uploads. Yeah, not everyone even wants to be full stack. They just want to build an app based on an idea and make it work, and hopefully they can hire someone to do that whole back-end thing, right? Once their project is launched. If y'all don't know, cal.com, their entire API was a Next.js app, a separate Next.js app from their front end. What? What? Now, they're not that anymore. Now they use Nest.js. Not Next, Nest. Nest is their API framework now. I don't know if they've actually released it and launched it, but that's their plans. And that is a much better pattern and way better on your system resources to try and launch that thing locally. Could you imagine running multiple Next.js servers locally? Yeah, we did it, and my Mac Mini started sweating. Nuxt is a thing, but that is Vue focused. So if you're not using Vue, Nuxt is really not a thing. I know. They have a whole bunch of stuff under the hood where it could totally work with other stuff. That's Nitro, though. That's not Nuxt. Nitro is the magic that could theoretically work with other frameworks. Nuxt is Nitro with Vue-specific stuff on top. But Nuxt is extremely cool and worth checking out if you haven't seen it yet. No, you're missing it, Aphex. You can still actually server-side render all of that stuff. Even your React, Vue, whatever components can still be SSR'd. They can still be SSG'd. It's not just CSR. You have to identify it if it's purely CSR. So yeah, Astro's multi-framework approach is very similar to how Nitro works. Nitro just didn't catch the zeitgeist. Didn't get the right marketing, I guess. Nitro took a back seat to work on Nuxt, as far as marketing and promoting and all that stuff. Honestly, if Nitro had pulled the trigger and promoted Nitro more prevalently earlier, Astro might not be a thing. What up, James? How you doing? Any word from Worm? He's good? Okay, so he'll be ready to game in like 45 minutes? Okay. You guys down for some Baldur's Gate? No. Yeah. You said he would be done at 10, which means he'd be around at like 7 my time, which is like, 50 minutes from now. Which means he probably needs like a good 10 to 20 minutes to, get home and do his thing and eat and stuff, right? So we're looking at probably like 10:30-ish your guys' time. Maybe 11, which is late. But if we could get even an hour or two, that would be amazing. I'd be really down with that. But again, I don't know how that works for you guys. Feel free. Let me know. Yeah, I'm fully down. That sounds awesome. Yeah, that'd be great. Awesome. Yeah, I'm into that. For sure. I'll do a super, easy meal tonight. I was thinking about doing, a larger, cooking meal tonight. Nah, I'll eat some chili or, thaw some cold shrimp. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to some BG3. Are you calling me a troll? Do you mean pizza rolls? No, I'm actually really picky about the pizza I eat. I haven't ordered or eaten delivery pizza 10 plus years. East Coast style. There's one pizza place I eat at in Seattle. Now, keep in mind, I've eaten pizza in 10-ish years, but it's East Coast style. That's sizzle pie in Portland. That's, you know, a New York slice in New York, which was all right. That's Big Mario's here in Seattle. Those are solid pieces, like slices of pizza, for sure. Yeah, East Coast style is like the big floppy slice, like giant floppy slice that you fold in half and you eat that way. Right? You take it, you fold it, and it's almost like a pizza taco. Yeah, that's the type of pizza I eat, and that's about it. I'm a little picky about it. Yeah, New York style, East Coast style. Ooh, Aphex, here on the West Coast, you can't do that. It's too thick. Domino's folded? That's weird, man. Nobody folds a Domino's pizza. That's so weird. Nah, man. Nobody folds a Papa John's pizza. It's rigid enough, you don't have to do that. There you go, Xcodex. Nailed it. Sorry, Xcodex, that's a merge conflict, right? Will not merge. Yeah, I guess some of those places make a thin crust. I don't think I've had it for a long time. You want to know the craziest thing? As far as, like, cheap, terrible pizzas go, right? Like any takeout delivery style pizza, I'd probably rather eat Little Caesars. Way better than Papa John's, way better than Domino's, way better than most of that stuff. Ugh. Yeah, Little Caesars is actually solid. Right? If you're gonna go for bad pizza, Little Caesars is the best bad pizza. If that makes any sense. That said, I haven't had Little Caesars since I lived on the East Coast, and that's that's almost 20 years ago. That's over 20 years ago. Pizza Hut. Oh my god. The only reason you eat Pizza Hut is for the breadsticks. Oh, y'all are eating Pizza Hut tonight? Yeah, let me get 2 orders of breadsticks. When I lived on the East Coast, oh yeah, you want to go to Pizza Hut? You want to eat Pizza Hut? The only reason elementary school me liked eating Pizza Hut was the breadsticks, as well as the fact that they had a Street Fighter II arcade machine. Oh, are you getting Pizza Hut? Can I go with you? And then I'd play like a good 20 minutes of Street Fighter. You know, like, yeah. Duh. Yeah, exactly, 4-wheel. Yeah, I used to go to the mall to play in the arcade and then eat at their food court. Yeah, the food court was passable. There was this one place that had a good, like, bourbon chicken. It was basically just teriyaki chicken. It was delicious, but the reason I would go to the mall was the arcade. Are you kidding me? Duh. Duh. All right, so let's do just a little bit. Actually, no, we got time. We got time. Right? If Worm isn't going to be home for another 40 minutes... Right? The chili takes 4.5 minutes to cook. And I can just eat that up. So yeah, we got 40 minutes left. Sbarro? Right? A proper New York slice? Yeah, I've seen that episode of The Office. Now, Sbarro is not that good either. And they're really, I don't think they're even here on the West Coast. You know what the West Coast pizza chain is? Like the hot West Coast pizza? Oh God, it's the worst. Mod Pizza. Show me the photo. No, just show me the photo. No. Come on. Show me a photo of Mod Pizza. Images. Fuck that! Are you kidding me? Gross. How dare you? One dollop of bullshit? Right? Like, dude, Mod Pizza is the worst. This is the epitome of West Coast style pizza. It's basically, oh, you didn't want pizza? Well, here you go. Yeah, look at this thing, dude. This, like, mushroom chicken barbecue sauce monstrosity. Like, holy shitballs, dude. Mod Pizza is for people that wanted to order a salad. I'm not saying it's the best pizza out here. I'm saying this is the epitome, right? The tip-top pinnacle of what West Coast pizza embodies. West Coast pizza is throw a bunch of shit on top. It's awful. It's the worst. It is the worst. The absolute worst. Oh, did you want pizza, but you actually wanted something else? Yeah, we'll throw a bunch of stuff on top of it for you. No big deal. It's the worst. It's not the best pizza out here. It's just the most West pizza out here. Yeah, exactly. It's terrible. It's the worst. As someone coming from the East Coast who grew up within a couple blocks of where I lived, at both times I lived in Jersey, we had a place called Tony's. We had a place called Mario's. I think we even had another one. Right? Some of the best pizza you've ever eaten. Just little mom and pop style pizza joints with really amazing foldable slices. So anyone out there saying Italian pizza is like the amazingness? Yeah, I lived in Jersey, technically. Jersey had amazing pizza. New York, I didn't have the best slice. I had an okay slice. Someone recommended a place I went to, and it was okay. Look at it this way. There's that dude from Barstool Sports, I forget his name, who does the rating of pizza places in New York. There are absolutely pizza places out there that get like a 5 in New York, right? So not every pizza place in New York is good. Not every pizza place is actually good in New York. But one thing I want to point out, Dave Portnoy, that's the dude's name. Thank you, Restarted. Yeah, right? I really like his rating of pizza places. He kills it. He's the man. Yeah. He does a really good job of, like, let's actually evaluate this thing. But let me just point out one quick thing. Anyone out there saying, Italy has the best pizza, I'm sorry. You might not have the context of history. Italian pizza sucked until New York perfected it. And then it made its way back to Italy. I'm not even kidding. You can actually look up that history. Italian pizza wasn't that good. It was pizza margherita, and that's it. And then New York iterated upon it and made it what it should be. And then Italy was like, ooh, you're right. Good call. That's actually the history of pizza right there. Italy came up with the idea, New York perfected it. Definitely not Chad. Obviously, you've never driven a Citroen. You've never been in a Yugo. I'm just saying, man. No, Yugo. Technically, they're from Yugoslavia. But this thing. The classic. But no one would say it's actually a good car. It's drivable, it works, but nobody would say it's actually a good car. There's a big difference there, right? I mean, definitely not Chad. Some of it maybe, but the invention of the assembly line was right here in the US. Right? Without the assembly line, even Rolls-Royce wouldn't be what it is. Right? B-52s wouldn't have the engines they needed. Do you know the history of the B-52 engines? They were made by Rolls-Royce. They would run them non-stop at high revolutions per minute for as long as they could and find the part that broke. And then they would make that part better. Oh yeah. No, Henry Ford was a terrible human being just like Thomas Edison, right? We don't need to idolize the people. We can just look at the inventions they made. The assembly line is one of the greatest modern industrial inventions ever. Yeah, so BMW made planes and airplanes for the other side. Rolls-Royce made the B-52 engine. But none of that stuff would have been possible without the idea of the assembly line. Oh, Rolls-Royce also made the Phantom engine? Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware of any of their, like, fighter engines they made. I only knew about the B-52 stuff. I just know that the B-52 is, like, the longest-running military aircraft ever. Right? It's kind of crazy. With, like, very little modification. Oh, definitely not Chad. That sounds about right. That sounds like a very Henry Ford, like, moment. That sounds like a very Henry Ford thing to do. Ooh, that's brutal. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, he wanted people working 7 days a week. He would have had children on the assembly line if he could. I'm pretty sure he did before strikes happened. Anyone out there that doesn't understand the effect that unions had? Unions basically prevented child labor. Unions helped establish child labor laws. Is it any wonder why anti-union political parties are trying to reestablish child labor? No. There's no doubt in my mind that they're connected. Oh, really, Aphex? I had read, like, a different take on that. The take I had heard was Elon saw other unions winning and gave concessions because he didn't want to have to actually fight. Right? He didn't want to, like, stop the line at all. Right? So he gave concessions early. But, again, that could be his marketing department. More than anything, you know? But oh my god, hold up. 10 gifted subs. Master Snoods, Mr. Sir. We also just got a shout out from Spiridon. Aw. Hold up, we'll do a Spiridon shout out too. Let's do that. Oh, so that makes more sense. The unions happened in other countries, and he made concessions in every country just to get ahead of it, right? There you go. Marketing department. I get it. I get it. He might seem stupid, but he's not that stupid. He's like right there in the middle. He thinks he's smarter than he is, but he's not as stupid as a lot of people think he is. Yeah, people like to like roast him over like the loss he took on Twitter. That loss is actually something he can totally write off for all of his other earnings with other businesses. Right? And he gets a way of influencing media in a Rupert Murdoch kind of way. It's actually kind of smart. It's actually kind of smart. Some loss was inevitable? Here's the thing. I don't know. Twitter was becoming basically like a public, like almost like as ubiquitous as like a utility at that point. Yeah, right? It was not profitable, but as far as like, it's hard to describe the term. I'm like reaching for a word here. Right? It was as close to a public service that we can get with a private firm. Yeah, it became the town square of the internet where you could just shout and people would listen. Right? He ruined a bit of that. But yeah, the town square of the internet. The fact that it was so oftenly cited in news articles, etc. Again, that's because news has taken a shit as well, right? Oh, I disagree, Four Wheel. I think the biggest thing was Twitter would almost be something worth nationalizing. And then that becomes really weird. So I agree with that a bit there, definitely not Chad, but if you think it's basically a text editor with a 200 character limit, you're ignoring the scalability problems. Right? Scalability is a massive concern, and operating a business at that scale is way harder than just saying it's a text editor with 200 character limit, right? Or 140 or whatever the number was. Right? That is actually dismissing the level of scale they had to deal with. I could agree slightly 4-wheel, but most businesses are overstaffed. The reason you overstaff is because you don't want to burn out your good staff. And has Twitter currently burnt out their good staff and now they're running on fumes? Yes. How many bugs have we all seen in the past year? So many. Oh, it's bad, man. Oh, it's really bad. Right? At least when they were overstaffed. Do you remember any major bugs? I don't. It worked. It worked, you know? So the stuff that's happening behind the scenes, we don't see. Oh, it's just a glorified text editor with image hosting capability. That works. Like 1,000% works. Something that people in war-torn countries can actually still use. Nowadays? I don't know, man. I don't know. Right? Telegram or some other service is actually filling that void instead. Right? Twitter used to be the pulse of the world. Do you realize the level of scale that is and what they have to do to maintain stability for that? Maybe 4-wheel, right? All these new features they're rolling out are heavily bug-ridden, right? The fact that Twitter circles expose private data is a huge problem, and it would not have happened to the same scale without Elon's involvement and cutting all the people that work there. You don't even know what Twitter circles are. Twitter circles are a way of making private tweets to only the people that you know and care about. Right? You can make a tweet that only your friends will see. Turns out, that's not actually how it works anymore. So I'm not aware of those 4-wheel. Again, I have not been a major Twitter power user for a long time. I'm barely one now. I don't think I'm even a power user. I'm just a content creator that realized I should probably start making tweets. That's it. And even calling myself a content creator is... I don't know. I'm a streamer. That's a very big difference. So 4-wheel, nothing prevented them from having private circles and then just exfiltrating that data to US government agencies, right? Private to other users is not private to the government, right? Don't equate those two things. Those are separate. No matter what, if you're doing anything here in the US, the government needs to be able to see. There are very few companies that can actually skirt that. I don't know what security things you were talking about, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I don't know what your point is. Can you please make it? So far, I don't think anyone knows what your actual point is. So can you please make it? Can you make it as explicit as possible instead of saying a bunch of things that aren't your point, I guess? I agree, the shadow ban stuff was weird, but Elon does the same thing just with people he doesn't like. Elon does the same thing, just with people he doesn't like. You know that, right? So it's not like it improved. It's not like it got any better. It's different. Like, it's no better than it was. Yeah, now instead of shadow banning people because a consortium and group of people say something, now it's just because Elon says someone should be shadow banned. Are there any checks and balances? Is there any committee about this stuff? No, it's just Elon says so now. Is that better? Hell no, that's not better. That's actually way worse. Like, yikes, dude. That's way worse. One person deciding who has a voice on the platform for people, right? The town square or whatever you want to call it. Like, oh my god, dude. Definitely not Chad. That wasn't done on purpose. It's because it was leaked. It got leaked and then he tried to own it like he meant to do it. That was not on purpose. If it hadn't been leaked, it still wouldn't be open source. At all. Like, no way. Someone leaked it, and then he went into, you know, control mode. Again, because of a leak, not because of open transparency. None of that shit matters if the intention was to keep it quiet and then someone with a conscience actually had to step up. So nobody gets any credit for open sourcing their thing when it's due to the cause of a leak. There are absolutely people out there pointing out the fact that they feel like they have been shadow banned and their numbers seem to dictate so. I don't have any direct links right now, but it does seem a little bit like you're ottering about that. Yeah, bad takes that Elon doesn't like. Duh. I'm just asking. I mean, that is fully ottering. You know that, right? One of ours, that's all we have in general. People have posted their numbers. If you're requiring a link from me right now, you're not arguing in good faith. Right? Come on, man. Your first time chatting, and that's your comment? Yeah, uh-huh. Your first time in here, first time chatting. Elon, is that you? If you want, you could Google for these things and find accounts of it. To force me to do so on stream, you're not arguing in good faith. You know that, right? There you go, Blessed. Ooh, interesting. So Blessed, Dan Abramov also created a brand new account, I think mainly because he was getting tagged in things too often. So that could have been related. I do want to at least throw a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Dan Abramov had to create an entirely new account. You're saying before that. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't seen the graph. I don't know any of that. But again, I believe you, right? I'm the one that even said this in the first place. Right. Do I need a name, or could you actually just do a quick Google? There are people, and someone just gave you a name. But your first chat is that? And you haven't followed, and I don't know. Seems a little weird. Seems a bit questionable. I don't know why Elon has so many shills. It's a little weird. Do you know him personally? If you're not him? And I know, I'm kidding. You're not him. That would be weird. Exactly, they're AFAX. I would point out that the people that tweet about conspiracy stuff more often are most likely involved in conspiracy stuff. Because they're already doing it. Why wouldn't they assume other people are doing it too? And I'm out of water. Alright, so yeah, stream has devolved. I probably need some food in my belly. I want to go play some games here in a bit. Let's figure out who to go raid. Ooh, let's go raid Nick Wan. Yeah, Nick Wan's the man. All right, so we're gonna go raid into Nick Wan's channel. Please, nobody bring any of this BS over there, right? Evaluate his stream in a vacuum, not related to this basically terrible conversation I've let stream devolve into. It's my fault, my bad, but don't let it actually go anywhere else. That would be your fault. But yeah, it looks like Nick Wan is doing some NFL Big Data Bowl notebooks, then mats. I don't know what mats actually is. Yeah, it'll be fun. Ooh, yeah, like his data analytics stuff is really good, man. yeah, we're gonna play some BG3 over on Gaming Stream. It'll be good. We're gonna be going on to Act 2. And I haven't been to Act 2 yet. This will be brand new. I'm really looking forward to it, actually. So let's go raid Nick Wan. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you all for hanging out. See you again soon.